bore, ac mae hi bore yn gwneud unwaith eto. Good morning and a warm welcome to you back to the judging here in the main ring, and it is once again a lovely morning. We have a very busy day ahead of us here at the main ring with 4 different sections competing. Felly, fel y gwelwch chi, mae'r dosbarth cyntaf yn adran meddwl y Deip Cob, sef yr adran ec, wedi gwneud yn ffordd i fewn i'r cylch ac yn mynd fod yn datblygiad canolfan yr aelodau y bore yma. Felly, gan ddechrau'r bore yma, gyda dosbarth 60, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer cesig gwag neu gwneud 4 i 7 oed. Ac ar gyfer rheini sy'n dilyn gyda catalog yn dudalen 192. So we start with the judging this morning in the Welsh Pools of Cob type with class 60, and this is the Baron Mare or gelding 4 to 7 years old. And the section C this morning will be taking place by the members centre in that section of the main ring. And for those of you following with the catalogue, class 60 is on page 192 of the catalogue. Hoffwn croesawu I beirniad yn ôl ar gyfer adran hon, sef Mr Stevens Morgan o Rhagfa Cwla. A warm welcome back to the ring to our judge for the section C's this year. And that is Mr Stevens Morgan of the Brian Cwla. We had a very busy morning judging youngstock classes on Tuesday, and I'm sure we'll have an equally busy morning with the seniors today, followed of course by the championships.
Mae bore da I chi gyd yn fwrdd ola a cystadlu yma ar y maes y sioe. And we commence our final day's judging here at the Royal Welsh Show 2025, and it's a very busy morning here. We have, for the first time, we have 4 classes in the week. We start with 2 rings, then 3, and obviously every Thursday after the show, we have 4 rings running here in the main ring. So as you gathered, section C is called the Member Centre. These then come through the pathway just commencing here, right to the commentary box. And in the currently active ring, we will have the Shires commencing at 9 o'clock. Felly dyna drefn y dydd, a wedyn ni nifer o sefydwyr, byddwch chi drwy'r cylchoedd yma, a byddwch chi trwy'r handbryd, the pathway is Aidan Soy. Taking you through the section B's here this morning, we'll be getting yoga. And now really I'm going to be taking you through the section C's. Patrick Davis at 9 o'clock will also be ensuring that you captain the suite with the Shire classes. Felly, mwynhewch eich diwrnod, mwynhau yn ymwneud, the sun is out partly all day and temperature rising as we go on. Felly, mwynhewch diwrnod ola i sioe, please enjoy the last day of the Highlight Show 2020-25, and it's proving to be a very good one.
Y bod y dau chi a croeso i dosbarthiadau Handbryd Cymreig yn y bore yma yn y prif gylch. A fel y Nicholas o'n eidios, mae'n oedd yn un o'r tŵr sylwebu. Good morning to you and welcome to the Welsh Parkway classes here this morning, which are in front of the commentary box here you can see in the middle. So we've got the first class in, which is class 116. And that is a cold filial bearing 1-year-old calculated at maturity not to exceed 148 centimetres. And as the first class is commencing now, we'd like to welcome to the ring our judge for this morning, Mr. Ian Williams from Anglesey. So croeso i chi, croeso i chi bore yma. Rhaid yn sôn iawn i chi, sydd wedi mynd yn hewch ac hewch yn cyswllt a yn y bore yma yn y rhaglen am wneud.
Wel, bod y da iawn chi gyd. Ac yn canol y prif gylch ymlaen y bocs brenhinol bore yma, rydyn ni'n parhau gyda beirniadu yr adran B. Ddoi yn ysgol ifanc draw ar ffordd canolfan yr aelodau heddiw. Fe fydd y beirniad Megan Lewis yn beirniadu y ceffylau hyn. So good morning to you all, and in the middle of the main ring, at the moment in front of the Royal Box, we have the judging of the Section Bs. Our judge today is Megan Lewis from Val, Carmarthenshire. Started off with the youngster classes on the members' centre side of the main ring yesterday morning, and she's continuing her work this morning with the senior classes of the Section Bs. And by the end of the morning, hopefully, we will have a full set of results and a champion in the Section Bs. So the class at the moment, in front of the judges, class number 40, the Baron Mayor, gelding 4 years old or over. There are 80 forwards in this class. And this class is sponsored by Mr. Aaron Organs in memory of his late wife, Mrs. Glenda Organs.
And in the Welsh Park Reds at Class 106, the first results of the morning, and in first place for the Coalfield Garden on your road, and 1308, Liz Hampson with Trinidad Celtic Lady. In second place, 1305, Espers with High Need Picador. In third place, 1307, Matthew and Adrian Everett and Chapman, Salter, County Iron. And in fourth place, 1314, Debbie Spring, Reinhold, Chelsea Gardens. And in fifth place, 1313, Shirley Roberts with Royal View, Hot Gossip. So dyma wedi cael ei nawr I chi, ac symudwn ni ymlaen i'r dosbarth nesaf yn Hamryd. Ni'n nawr to the following class of Class 117 in the Welsh Park Reds, which is totally one-year-old opportunity
Let's come forward, please. Always in place for Class 117. Class 117, exhibitors, please.
And as we wait for the class 117 to begin in the Welsh Park Reds, I would like to introduce our judge here this morning in the section, Elian Elias from Anglesey. Elian is originally from Llanrwst, but now based on Anglesey. And when Elian was born, another parish should buy her a pony. So when about 4 or 5 months old, she was brought to Palomino, section A, and he was called Prince Gold. And according to Ariane, she said, we travelled the country with him. And I first walked around Royal Show with him when I was 10. So a big record here of coming here to the Royal Show on a regular basis, I can see. And we won the Palominos when they were in the main ring. Then Ariane moved on to a show pony called Springcroft, Black Magic, who was 30 pounds, and he was the first Welsh Park Red. Then the family began breeding. So Adrian's experience of judging is extensive. She has judged the Welsh Inns, the Bees, and the
Class 117, in the Welsh Park Reds, 117.
Society panel. She has formally judged the Park Reds,
117, please.
at the Royal Welsh Show. So here we are, an experienced person to be here at the Royal Welsh Show as a competitor and as a judge. So pob hwyl I chi bod yma, wrth gynhadlu'r hanryd yma, felly a dyma ni nawr yn gweld y dosbarth a'r dosbarth yn Blaen Hanryd.
Wel, os mae nawr chi'n mynd cyrraedd ni, bore da iawn a chroeso i sioe yn hynod 2025. Ac o flaen, y bocs brenhinol, dyn ni'n cael beirniadu dosbarth 40 yn yr adran B, yn cysig neu adfych 4 mlwydd oed a throsodd. Ac yn beirniadu, heddiw mae Megan Lewis o Rhyddfa Cwrt y Cadno. If it's now that you're joining us, say a very good morning to you all and welcome to the 2025 Royal Welsh Show. Here in the main ring, in front of the Royal Box, we have the judging of the Section Bs, and our judge this year is Miss Megan Lewis of the Cwrt y Cadno Stud. Miss Lewis spent most of her childhood in Malaya, which is now Malaysia, before returning to secondary school in London. After university, she taught for about 10 years as head of geography at a girls' school in Knightsbridge, before moving back to Wales with her husband to raise sheep, ponies and children. Her interest in the ponies started when the family returned from living in the Far East in the 1960s, where she learned to ride bareback on her uncle Dai Britain's grey shepherding pony. Then in 1963, her father bought her first pony from the Llanelydda Sale, an unregistered bay Thelwell pony, who regularly dumped her. But that mare bred a line of very useful ponies for Miss Lewis to ride later on in life. She first became a member of the society in 1964 when she was at school, living in London but still holidaying in Wales. And at that time, her interest was in fact in the Welsh cobs. From there then, her love started in endurance riding, where she rode over the Welsh hills for many, many years, and that made her take a permanent move to Wales in 1987. Her interest in Arabians and their pathbreds originated, and in the 1990s she won several races, including the 80-mile race on Arabian Stallion Silver Mint for the Welsh team of the 1993 Home International, and was then selected for the British Intermediate team in 1995. She also won the William Hill Man vs Horse Marathon in 1997 on an Arabian mare Silver Sea Gem, and came second then on 2 other occasions on Silver Mint. She then took what she called the long horse ride, which she went around the world on the back of a horse. This was carried out in 3-month sections during spring and autumn, and that was due to visa and climate restrictions, commitments at home, and time needed for logistical planning. Altogether, this ride was around 14,000 miles, and the actual riding time was around 2.5 years. The initial ride was from Beijing to London between the 2008 and 2012 Olympics, and that was after 2 years of planning. And she crossed through 9 countries, including China, Kazakhstan, Russia, Ukraine, Hungary, Austria, Germany, and France. In China, she rode from one end of the Great Wall to the other and across the Gobi Desert. In July 2008, she finished with the King's Troop escort to their barracks in Greenwich. From there, she rode back to Wales, then the following year across to Ireland. As if that wasn't enough, she then decided to carry on across North America. And during that time, she rode unsupported, sometimes with a pack horse, apart from the desert section in Utah and Nevada. It may surprise people that her interest in Section Bs didn't start until 1987, when she went to the Fair Oaks sale with Mr. Christopher Jones and set her eyes on the beautiful young grey mare Talhaian Eiris, surpassed by Nevian Autumn's Trickle out of Custard, Fantasia. She'd gone with no intention of buying anything, but there was a pony that was full of Welsh character that she felt so many Welsh ponies lacked. She then bought this mare for just over £500. She was lightly shown, but a successful show career culminated in 1994 at the age of 15 in becoming female champion and reserve champion Section B at the Royal Welsh Show. The second foal she bred from her was Cwrt y Cadwch yn Fridog by Sarnau Reolwr, who was overall Supreme Champion of the show at the Royal Welsh in 1996, and sire of the 2004 overall Supreme Champion, Midfield Songthrush. Miss Lewis had planned to put as a different top-class stallions to breed quality females on which to base the stud, but she continued to produce mainly colts. As a result of this, she gifted the colt Cwrt y Cadwch Cymro to her friend Robert Jones on the condition that he remain as a stud stallion, and bought in the successful show mare Thornbury Royal Gem, who was a Royal Welsh female champion, for him to cover. This cross mixed well, and she produced 4 lovely fillips by him, including Cwrt y Cadwch Glai, Colomen and Perle, the latter being Royal Welsh champion in 2013. Colomen was reserve champion for Royal England as a yearling before being retired due to an injury. Since finishing her big ride in 2014, she's been able to start breeding again, and the stud currently runs around 8 brood mares, which includes daughters of Glyne and Perle by Eyaf Beaugest. Other mares are running with the exciting young colt Cwrt y Cadwch Prydech, who was best colt at Gunners and reserve champion at Ceredigion in 2024. Dyna ni felly hanes y beirniad heddiw, Miss Megan Lewis o Brydfa Cwrt y Cadwch. Wedi'n rhoi bywyd i fyd y ceffylau, ac wrth gwrs dwi'n siŵr mae'n rhaid uchelbwyntiau i hi yw bod yma bron y holl merlod heddiw yn beirniadu. Felly croeso gyda sydd i hi, a dwi'n gobeithio yn ceithi ddiwrnod wrth ei bodd. So there we have the history of Miss Megan Lewis, our judge in the Section Bs today, who's devoted her life to Welsh ponies and horses in general, and I'm sure that today is another highlight amongst her career with horses. And we hope that she enjoys with us here today at the Royal Welsh Show, judging the Section Bs.
And in class 117 of the Welsh Park Reds, in first place we have 1316, Aileen Lainon with Hathaway Countryman. In second place, 1317, Natasha Ham with Kenton Gone Away. Third place, 1315, Richard and Jean Evans, Ystwyth Tiger Rose. Fourth place, 1320, Sophie Wilcock, Wenlos Maximus. And in fifth place is 1319, Rebecca Robson, with Bexway I Am Maximus.
amser bore yn adran ac. So we have results in first class of the morning in the section C's. And it's a pleasure to welcome Nigel Flanagan from Loxley Solicitors, our sponsor for this section, to the ring to present the awards. Gyda diolch iddyn nhw am nodi yr adran hon. Ac felly dyma'r canlyniadau. Here are the results in the Baromere 4 to 7 years old. So, in first, we have number 696. And this is the past family with Wine Belly Hong Kong. And do give her a round of applause as she makes her way across the front of the grandstand. So first prize number 696, Wine Belly Hong Kong. In second, 693. And this is Ben Orchard with Stanley Miss Florence. Followed in third by 691. David Newsom's Chevalier Witchcraft. Enid Gwaned Sadler in fourth, 702. And this is B.W. Watson with Pedalian Collector. In fifth, we have 692, David Newsom's Savoy Welsh Motto. And in sixth, we have 685, Moelwyn Yasmin, property of Gordon Campbell. Felly, congratulations mawr i'r Deulu Pasg ar ennill dosbarth cyntaf bore yn Arfanach. Dosbarth ar gyfer cysig gwag neu adweith 57 oed. Wine Belly Hong Kong yn mynd ar ôl cyntaf yn y dosbarth gan y beiriant Stuart Morgan y bore yma.
Lewis Lawson today. Dyna ni, diolch yn fawr.
Bore da, a very good morning to you on this sunny Thursday Royal Welsh morning. As you can see, down the out to the end of the main ring now, we commence our Shire and Heavy Horse classes. Felly, rydym wedi newydd dechrau ac i ffilau gwedd a trwm yn y prifgylch yma a bore heilog bore dydd Iau y sioe. Felly, mae rydym yn dechrau gyda un o nifer o dosbarthiau bore yma, sef dosbarth 296. We start this morning with the first of many Shire classes here this morning on class 296. And that is, as you can see, the horse in harness, looking for the neatest and cleanest. 3 entries there in front of you in all their glory. As you can imagine, a lot of hard work goes into preparing, cleaning and dressing these horses early this morning. Hoffwn i ddiolch i'n beirniad bore yma sy'n ymuno ni. I'd like to take the opportunity now to thank our judges who have joined us in the Shire section here this morning. We have Mr Jason Holder of Coldgrove Farm, Gloucestershire, and Mr David Coffin of Overseeing, Derbyshire. So, a big Royal Welsh welcome to you here this morning. We hope that you enjoy what we have in front of you today.
And in the first class of the day for the section Bs, who are situated in front of the Royal Box this morning, we have our first results. And the winner of class 40, the Ballinera Gelding, 4 years old or over, is number 490, Fiona Ledbetter with Thornbury Aperitif. In second is number 496, Julie Russell with Bryn Gwennol Princess Charlotte. In third is number 484, Norman and Georgia Fairbank with Paddock Adele. In fourth is number 497, Stuart White with Hindlad Sarah Disline. In fifth is number 492, Chloe O'Hara with Dano Ballerina. And in sixth is number 485, A.G. Bort with Paddock Schiffer. A dyn ni'n croesawu'r cyrch i gyflwyno'r llwyfannau noddwr yn osbarth hwn sef Mr Arwyn Morgans y côr am ei wyr graig, Mrs Glenda Morgans. So a warm welcome and thank you to Mr Arwyn Morgans for sponsoring this class in memory of his late wife, Mrs Glenda Morgans. Dyna ni felly canlyniadau dosbarth 40 yn cysig syth neu adref, pedair blwydd oed neu gosodd yn yr adran i yn gyntaf, Fiona Ledbetter gyda Thornbury Aperitif, yn ail, Julie Russell gyda Bryn Gwennol Princess Charlotte, ac yn drydydd, Norman and Georgia Fairbank gyda Paddock Adele. There we are then, show your appreciation in the section B ring for the winner of class number 14, the Ballinera Gelding, Fiona Ledbetter with Thornbury Aperitif, followed by Julie Russell with Gwennol Princess Charlotte, Paddock Adele, Hindlad Sarah Disline, Dano Ballerina, and Paddock Schiffer.
Felly, os ydych chi newydd ymuno â ni i wylio cystadlu ger canolfan yr aelodau, yn yr adran yn bellach ar ail dosbarth y bore, sef dosbarth ar gyfer hesi gwag neu adroedd 8 oed athrysol. So if you have just joined us to watch the classes by the Member Centre on the main wing. We're on the second class of the morning in the section B, which is class 61, the Ballinera Gelding, 8 years old and over. Judging the Welsh section C this year, we have Mr Stuart Morgan of the Blaenau Stud. Mr Morgan lives on the Gower Peninsula with his wife Claire, daughter Ellie and son Iwan. The stud consists of 4 section C mares, a couple of section A mares and a calf mare. The Welsh calf mare at the stud won the Royal Welsh as a 10-year-old, Instead, he focuses on building the Welsh section Cs. Mr Morgan is no stranger to the main ring here at the Royal Welsh Show and has been a strong supporter of the show over many years, participating in the Welsh Section A, the C and the B. He was championing handler here at the show back in 1994, showing in the Welsh pond where Osborne was at and the Mr Will Jones of the Tony Valley step. They have had numerous successes showing here at the show, including their Section 8 filly Blankula chapter, being awarded the Youngstock Champion and Reserve Female Champion here in 2010. And her daughter Blankula Campy Floss won the Royal Welsh as a foal and as a 2-year-old. The stud Section C stallion Blankula Bonhedo won the Royal Welsh sire ratings twice. And their successes here at the show also been replicated elsewhere. And 3 of the ponies that they have bred have qualified for the Horse of the Year show, including Claire, Steele's wife, qualifying Blankula Almond twice. And Blankula Ruby's son, Codry, won the Poise Ribbon in 2023. Mr Morgan's been on the Welsh Pony Park panel for approximately 15 years and has enjoyed judging in a number of prestigious shows, including at Londoners, the Winter Fair and in Australia. So a very warm welcome to you back to the ring this morning to judge the senior classes in the Section C, and then also then have the championships for the section to follow. Croeso cynnes yn geiriad ar gyfer Adran F, eleni, sef Mr Stewart Morgan o'r Gwyn. Mae Rhydfa Blankula yn dybyrus I nifer honno, yn Rhydfa canolbwyntio ar fagu Adran F, ond hefyd yn cadw cwbl o gesyn Adran A un copyn Cymreig. Yn wyneb cyfarwydd i'r prif gylch yma y sioe, mae Mr Morgan yn gefnogwr brwd o'r sioe wedi bod yn arddangos ac yn cael llwyddiannau yn yr adrannau A, Ec a D dros y blynyddoedd. Felly croeso cynnes I chi I feirniadu'r adran hon y bore yma.
And the results are in for Class 296, our first of the Shire and Heavy Horse section this morning. Felly mae canlyniadau fewn yn dosbarth 296 yn y ceffylau gwedd a Sion y dosbarth cynta yna y bore yma. Felly, Horse in Harness, Neatest and Cleanest, goes to 2147 yn cynta I 2147, which is Frederick Robinson Limited with Trem Wythmar Challenger. And that's been led by Philip Williams there this morning. Alright, Sadler, the second place goes to 2146, which is Kevin Robertson with Cattle Died. We also have in the ring currently, Class 297, just got Dynaside Kevin yn y gylch. This is the Horse in Harness Best Decorated. And our congratulations goes to 2149 there, John Goodwin with Pokey Statesman taking the prize there for the Horse in Harness Best Decorated. Please do give them a cheer and a round of applause as they take their lap of honour around the end of being cleaned and polished. These horses were up early in the road this morning being dressed, and it really is a sight to see up close. Symudwn ymlaen i nesaf, dosbarth 298, we will move on shortly in the Shire and Horse section to class 298, our stallions 2 years old or over. As we work our way through the Shire and Horse section this morning, currently we have the Best Shot Shire competition taking place. And I'd like to welcome our judge, Mr. Nigel Brown of Winterion, Monmouthshire, who is in the ring with us all morning to judge that. Felly, ydych chi'n gweud wedi bodoli orau yn cael eu cynnwys yn ystod y bore yma gyda gwahanol dosbarthiadau ac mae yna beiriad wahan i hwnna sydd Mr Nigel Brown o Brentirion Monmouthshire. Croeso mawr iddo fe i'r cyrff y bore. And the results are in for the Shire Harry Horse section down in front of the MTV stands. We're on class 298, ysbytai now oes newydd can Rosette Cwntaf. Sy'n mynd i 2150, number 2150 gets the prize there for the stallion 2-year-old or over. Claire Bodsworth with Millerfield Jack. Syniadau mawr I chi. There we go, do give them a round of applause as she takes the lap of honour there around the main ring. Lovely to see that magnificent horse there taking a quick trot around the ring. Special 299 also placed there for West Stallion. We'll have it out confused. So the line nesaf I just have a tree count. And swiftly on now to class 300, hopefully organising really in the Shire as the first section. Class 118. In first place, 7323, Louise Cox, Alan B. Cortez. In second place, Alice Wright, Robert Wood, Fancy Man. Third place, 329, Susan and Sue Allen, E. and Campbell, Adrian Primrose. In fourth place, 1342, Debbie Irving with Lovely Sweet Fun. Fifth place, 1338, Martin Sermon with Rahel Conway Gowden. In sixth place, Robin Morrow, EC and C.E. Thomas with Round Present, Betsa. And the next class in the ring, in the pathways, is going to be class 119, which is the full figure gallery, 2 or 3-year-old to exceed 148 centimetres at maturity. Whilst the judgment takes place, it has 300 in the Shire Middle section. Child will be made of 3 counts, and then with assurance the court will kneeling. I'd like to introduce our judge, whose business to bear, Mr. Jason Holder of Coler Road Farm in Gloucestershire. Jason leads Shires himself and his father and family were co-managers in Gloucester and purchased the first Shires when Jason was a boy as a local trade. This was Jason's introduction to Shires. had a very successful start with multiple national champions and hoist qualifications in hand and rugby. And was champion at the Royal Welsh last year with the Darren. He is president of the South Wales Showing Horse Society and has judged extensively all over the world from France to Australia. Jason was on the Shire Horse Society Council and is Senior Stallion Inspector for this year. He has his own unusual race stallion called Hugo and Boss, and was the first Shire breeder to use harvesting of the Dolan lawn. What's Jason looking for today then in his showings? Well, the sound animal is true to breed type and is on the quality side. The winner in his eyes must be able to move well and use its hops. Felly, croeso mawr i ti yma, Mr Jason Holder, gobeithio mi fydd ti'n mwynhau y bore sydd yn mynd. Coming to the line, we are off there, and I just want to full agree with Sean, so do come in. To develop this knowledge and events, and in the second, and this and I understand. What's that? Special group coming in back now, and I'll be showing you. I think we have to keep that style. The short competitors, GPs and visitors was a success. They have enjoyed a long, good relationship with the society over many years as producers of live content for the show and Winter Fair on behalf of S4C. And we're glad to return to Showgrounds this year to enjoy excitement at the high standard of competition, which is always to be seen on the Showground. So thank you very much to Luke Henry and Rachel Evans, who has attended the naming here this morning to assist with the 100 enterprises within our first three show classes.
in section B ring, in front of the Royal Box, we have a result in the broodmare class, 4 to 7 years old with overflow. Foot, which is class number 41, page 185 on your catalogues. And the winner here is number 504, Robert Jones with Bexley C. Pearl. Second is 501, Martin Davis with West Air Serafina. In third is number 502, Ferrywood Ponies with Ferrywood Eloise. In fourth is 507, J.I. and Joe Parry with AF Adelaide. In fifth is number 503, S. Harris with Henriette Lovely Rule. And sixth goes to 508, Ben Scoer with AF Yaris. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsor for this class, Mr. Adwyn Morgan, diolch yn fawr iawn I noddwr y dosbarth hwn, Mr. Adwyn Morgan.
From class 116 to 119. The rover will be handed out at the moment for 119. So you really hope those who will special in a very short time at the 30
There we are then, the section period. Show your appreciation to the winner of class number 41, Robert Jones with Bexley C. Pearl. Second, Martin Davis is West Air Serafina. Third, Ferrywood Eloise. Fourth, AF Adelaide. Fifth, AF Lovely. And sixth, AF Yaris. Hawdd yn cael ei mawr o bawb o'r ysgol. Yn cysig mae hi yn rhaid yn yr adran yma.
coming out, so you will see more of those in the next couple of minutes. Now, 43, 52, there, 8 years old, and very good players, of course. The first goal for class 42 in the section C, Movement 8-year-old over with solid foot. You will be required to go into the main ring, the vertical one, which leaves missing ready to go straight into your class.
And in the Welsh Park Reds, class 119, winning that class is number 1345, Maesmynach with Maesmynach Lacey. In second place, 1346, Pompey Newitt with Beckham Aurora. Third place, 1351, Sean Watkins with Talsam Lady Luck. In fourth place, 1348, Hannah Parr with Infield Legacy. Fifth place, 1352, Lucy Wilcox, RWB Beasley. And in sixth place is 1349, John Thomas with Carrick Sauder, Brenin Graham Aronis. And we now move on to the special 1-2-0, which is the Royal Welsh Championship Gazette. And the Welsh Women Cup gold medal, the best young stock exhibit. Ac mae'r cariad i fewn yn dosbarth 300 yn y ceffylau gweithio. The results are in now for class 300 in Shire and Heavy Horse section. Hopefully all gelding yearling. And the first place there goes to 2154. Yn cyntaf, ni'n Llys Gennach yma yn enni, sef Rhys Griffith, gyda Trem y Wyddfa Aurora. Second place goes to 2155 at our safle, Margaret Roberts, with Kind Mawr Kate Joyce. And third place, a trydydd, Diane Petrie, with Katie Darlington, with Lockie Destiny. Special 301 Royal Welsh Agricultural Show specials out there also for the best yearling.
And in the section C, picking up together the winner of a senior group barrel O'Malley class, number 733, Ben Orchard with Dr. Lady in red. From the rest of the Mallow and the start. And in second, we have 739, and this is Jordan Walker with Kenorian Piana. And just somewhere in third, we have 723, and this is C&J Hill and Sainsbury with Longwing Princess Camilla. And Gwanedd somewhere in fourth, 712. B&W Birmingham Bassett with Carreg Duffy. Bidmed somewhere in fifth, 711. RM and R Davis with Hoey Supermodel. And in chweched in sixth, we have 730. Graham Moffat with Pwllmeli Rachel. Felly, from y bethau mawr I enillydd y dosbarth Cysgu Gwarnedd Llyn, sef I 733, Ben Orchard gyda Berthlyn Lady in red. And thank you once again to Nigel Flanagan of Locksley Solicitors for coming to the ring to present the awards this class.
Dosbarth nesaf yn ceffylau gwedd ar y tro yw dosbarth 302. The current class in the Shire and Horses is class 302. Sydney American 2-year-olds is what we have in front of you there, down in front of you today. We also have the Best Shropshire competition taking place currently throughout the morning. And we're very grateful to our Mr. Michael Brown of Trinity Brown Officer for carrying out the inspection of the shoes and considering exhibiting the Best Shropshire and also the Best Barriers collection. So that judging is taking place throughout the morning.
in the section A's and the section B's as we got through our championships in those respective sections yesterday afternoon. So these results are to be confirmed, but as it stands, they need to be confirmed by the Welsh Women's Health Society, but as it stands, for the section A's, the Sire Point Street, the winner this year is Gila Dakota, and reserve went to Henry Grinnell. And then the mares in section A's was I Did It, Julia, and reserve was I Did It, Julia of Music. So for you, section A enthusiasts who are here today, the section A started Sire Point Street champion was Gila Dakota, and reserve was Henry Grinnell, and the mare was I Did It, Julia, and reserve was I Did It, Julia of Music. And then the Welsh Tops. The champions this year for the Sire was Gwenfran Dayon, Swan and Golden Rocket, Open Johns, and reserve was Julius Kilo. And for the mares the champion was Green Cross Super Lady, and reserve was Coco and Schwab. So we're going to take this opportunity to thank Sir Janice Hardy for their hard work. And they're still at it sorting the B's and the C's out for today. It's just right out.
And for Class 302, our 2-year-olds in the Shire and Tidy Horse section. Coming out down to 209. In Genta, first place goes to 2157. AJ and CJ Coogan with Shorty Lead Grace, handled by Claire Coogan. And second place goes to 2158 of our Saturday, Dan Ethan Boyd, Sarah Shackleton Jones with Thierry Louis, handled by Claire Cotsworth. Thank you. Coming up now between the stuff she will die. So the line now is special 303. It's the David Lloyd National Challenge Cup and Royal Welsh Agricultural Show special event for the best poultry organism in the year and 2-year-old classes. So both of our first place winners there from the last two classes rejoin us in the Shire and Horse Ring now to battle it out for the next special event. And winning the National Professional Challenge, Children of our Welsh Championship is excellent for the Livestock Champion and the National Top Medal was number 1323, which is the Denise Tops with our Louis Cortez. Many congratulations to you from the Academy and all the way from Lancashire, so winning with a city of staff winning Denise Tops with 1323. And in reserve was 2316. In the Shire and Headhorse section of the ring, we have Horizon the special 303. 269 for the This is the third Agricultural Challenge Pack and Roy Welsh Agricultural Show special event for the best co-free organising in the year in 2023. Betty, can we have her now? You please with it. Say, Christina, Shire Lenny. Please do show your appreciation there for our winning Christopher as he takes his Apollo, followed by the other winners in our resources here this morning. Please, of course, this year the Royal Welsh Show 2025 Ambassador. Lovely to see him there in the ring, showing the Shires along with the I would like to confirm the specials in the women's stock of the Welsh Park Reds and winning the 248 centimetres women's stock Rosette was 1323, which is Denise Cox with Andy Cortez, and taking user was 1308 with Liz Hampson and Trinidad County Community. And then winning the special 122 was 1317. you can see down the Shire Harry Horse end of the main ring now, we commence class 304. Men any age with foam at front, just that. 3 pedwar yn mynd am un cyffredin pen ceffylau gwedd a tro a dyn gerdd yna.
A dyma ni felly fel adnabod y gyda'n ganlyniad gyda'r dosbarth penderfynau sydd mae i. In the section B, we have a result of class number 42. The section B blue men 8-0 over with own goal at foot. And the winner there is number 5-2-2. J.I. and Joe Parry with Nia Ira. In second is number 5-1-4, J and A Carter with Winkler Shita. In third is 5-1-6, Ian Evans with William Dotwell. In fourth is 5-20, T and AJP London with Wester Valentina. Fifth is 5-1-2, LA and CE Bigley with Fana Flither. And sixth goes to 5-1-5, the Vegas Spring Madonna, the property of Nina Davis. So there we are. If you're filling your catalogues, you're on page 185 and 186. 522, 514, 516, 520, 512, and 515. Diolch yn fawr i fod yn ystafell hwn. Mr. Dyna ni felly, cewch y Merlot Cymreig ac Lambert. Rowch y Gynadwyau, showing your appreciation to the winner of the Senior Blue Man Class in the section B's of this year's Royal Welsh, J.I. and Joe Paddy of Neuadd Gira. Followed by Rick Rochester, William Doctor, Wester Valentina, Tara Fritter, and Dreiniau Stryd Marlon. Hawel Cara.
C. And this is on page 194 of your catalogue. So I'm going to get that now in a meeting. So winning this class today is number 744, and this is Thomas Davis with Ila Shania. So I'm going to get that now in here. In second, an aisle, 751. The Lee family's Hoswen Countess. Then keep your developer in third. We have 743. Peace Davis with VV Nancy. Akanel Bedwared somewhere in fourth. 747. Amanda Harris with Tuppy Rockstar. And Binmed Rossitala in fifth over the page. Number 758. Calvin Williams with My School Shoulder. Acton Fechet somewhere in sixth. We have 748. The Jones family with Corona Miss Harriet. Gyda diolch i eto I gyfeirlywyr Loxley a Gofyn Wrthau. Thank you once again to Loxley solicitors for sponsoring the section, and we're very pleased to have Nigel Flanagan and his daughter Maisie with us today to present the awards. Felly dyma ni, put your hands together for the winner of the GPU Merit class, number 744. Ila Shania, property of Thomas Davis. Following second by 751, the Lee family's Hoswen Countess. Ackerman Hunters are in third, 743. Peace Davis with VP Nancy.
And we have two sets of results here in the Shires and Tenor Horses section. Both the mare and foal being judged there at the same time as the winner. So if they take their lap of honour there, please do show appreciation for the Shire and Heavy horses. In class 304, the mare engaged with foal at foot. We have first place going to 2161. And cyntaf i 2015 sy'n Robin Rawlings with Romford in Georgia. Caroline Thomas, second place, goes to 2159. David Beardmore with Millfields Katie. And Chudges, in third place, goes to 2160. Peter Davis with Millmore Box G. Please, we will be at the same time we judge Class 5, which is what we not necessarily quite as many these So, first place is 2162 Pinta. Diamond Pinta, so David more with Diamond Pinta. And second place is 2164. That's Robin Rawlings with Romford Leeds Corner. The third place is Cyntaf with Diamond Pinta, 2163. That's Peter Davis with Prince Sunrock and Roger. So as I now conclude, Mr. Landry Ashore, and Stephen in the line of that, because of chief and you switched on to my next show of business, the Diamond Material is that. And I'm practicing with our 300 area, we talked to the organizing unit, and how we have the revenue system, or the service center, which is in the which is with Oliva, who also creates an non-potential charge tax environment and we nothing in contact granddaughter Agnes Long, who is drop the morning on our next speakers here. Just about the Agnes the second place in that class 1700 to 2153 and I am seeing we've got the destiny and the fifth place is 2155 which is really as you see now, so I can recognize my celebrity Sean and George Gray have two class here in Baroness Hero or over. Representing Mama, and the substitute Hero and the substitute Sean.
the class, we have 1, 2, 4 in the large complex. In the first place is 1378, Jude Williams, Literacy Mystery. Second place, 1375, Rebecca Lamb, Tara Swanson 2. Third place, 1376, Grace Owen, Adam and I, Lady Lillian. Fourth place, 1377, Amber Price, Crystal Consort. And fifth place, 1374, Amanda Jones, Mankind Indies Endless Sensation. Here is moving just like Nessa, just like Lula and Pink, we now move on to the next class in the Rush Office, class 25. Please put on one and the full name has 3 years old or older.
jobs are in for Class 3 of 6 in the Shires and Heavy Horses. Mae'r canlyniadau fel ni'n dosbarth 308 yn cyflebryd ar tro. Diolch i nhw yna, wrth i nhw adael y pryd y bore yma. Dosbarth iachus iawn i fewn ar y clas in our Barrowmares field. It's delight to see them all in all their glory here in the main ring on Phillies Day, Royal National. Firstly, coming out of the results are as follows. Utah, first place, goes to 2172. Jack Kitchen with Rosemore Florence. Second place, Sarah Sattler and Linda E. 2165. David Beardmore with Stoney Millibet. Third place, 2180, and trydydd, 2180, Jan Yehovan with Robinwood Stables, Frankie Sarah. Fourth place goes to 2167, and Pedwerydd, 2157, Marcus Corwood with Monfarm Fixture. Fifth place goes to 2174, Penrith, Pedwar, C&J Martin with Locklin Victoria. And sixth place, 2175, Crackhead, Templin, Robert Rawlings, Bromford, Lady Isabel. So we move on now to special 307, page 270 with catalogues. This is the Shire Society Silver Spoon and Good Effect for the best mare of Philly. And we invite all the winners of our previous classes there into the room.
There we are then, the section period with a round of applause for the winner of the Philly Gold Class, number 543, T and AJP London over the Philly. The second was 541, Robert Jones from Buck Street Golden Pearl. And third, 535, Jonathan Buster with the Philly Diaphone. And fourth, 537, Nina Davis with the Baby Diaphone. And sixth was 526, MACBP with the Diaphone. And sponsoring that class was Kay Egerton and Sons, and they're both pleased to be sponsoring this section again this year and wishing the best to all of the competitors. So we now move on to the Ronald Henderson Trophy, which is the champion for the World Cup compete against the Philly to be crowned champion for. So we're here today to present this very special award. And it goes to the three fold. Number 5, 4, 3, 2 and 88 lands up with the Lynxbury fold. And reserve goes to 5 to 9, DL Evans, this Tilling fold. Fi ffarmwch ar y mawr i enillydd. Cwpan nofel o'r yn sygl, a gweld Liz Mansfield yna. I gyflwyno cwpan.
Bedwerydd Safle in fourth, Sarah Wong. The Lee family with Abergavenny Glamour Cats. And in fifth, we have San 6, Menaister with Menai Curiosa. Abergwertha in sixth, we have 763. Kerry Bell with Ceylon Red Ox Frosted.
And the class 26 and the last class, and those with the third class, number 1388 was Lisa Thomas in Montana. The second was Becky April, which was in the 11th with Mary. Third was Becky 7, with Roberts, with Robert, with Brandon, and the fourth is John Thomas, Alex Sullivan, Mine. We will now be moving on to the final individual classes, so the conference, the Australian class, the class 126. And there we have results in class 308 in the Shire and Heavy Horses and other caniadig structure 308 and Gwydd and Shaw. At firstly, in Gynta, first place goes to 2181, Hugh Ramsey with Landcliffe Glacier. Rai Safle, Linda Eaglestein, second place. 2182, Heather Robertson with Kettle Divert. In third place, 2183, and Triplett, Diary 2, Frederick Robinson Limited with Chen Wyfat Charger. Cymryd mawr i chi gyd yna ysgol hwnnw. Hoffwn ni diolch yn fawr i nofol, Mr Barry O. Jones, sydd wedi bod yn rhan o'r cyrff gyda ni siŵr y bore yma. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsor, Mr Barry W. Jones, who has joined us in the main ring all morning. He's enjoying some kind of lovely time, and we'd like to show a special thanks towards him. The sponsorship is in memory of Dr. Margaret Jones, Penrice Hospital. So he's passionate about trying horses and he lives with them as he grew up in his own family and made young horses from 1960 onwards to the Royal National Theatre Company to view the shine horses for 50 years of sporting. So a special memory there for the Jones family.
Felly, yn y cylchgar cyfnodau Lwca, bydd yn barod i symud ymlaen at Wobr a Benny 60 diwedd ar gyfer y fesur ddatlu orau. So, in the name of our Member Centre, we are now ready to move on to Special 64, which is the Habit Dawn Annual Award. Might be given by Mrs. Essing and sold for the last 2 years. So we welcome back the people who met to join senior to compete for Special 64, the Habit Dawn Annual Award. Ni felly peidio pobl o pedwar eleni a gyfer y gased fagu orau mae enillydd ddosbarth Cesi Hŷn. And so we're taking a special 64, the Patrick Dawn Annual Award for the Best Groomsman, kindly given by Mrs. S.A. Hutchinson. In the section C is the winner of the Senior Groomsman class. Congratulations mawr iawn I gyfarfod ebog gyda Tanika Welsh Lady. And so winning this award is number 766 on ebog stud with Tanika Welsh Lady. And in reserve we have the second prize Senior Groomsman. And this is number 774, Freddie Luke with Copian Mary Blue.
And in the section B's, winning the 3-day championship at this year's Royal Welsh Show is number 441. J.I. and Joe Parry with AF Atlanta. And reserve goes to 490. Fiona Ledbetter with Thornbury a penalty. Dyna ni gallu gyfeillio yn y Landlamba. I cael pwynt cystadlu yn y waith heddiw a ddoi yn ddigon yn ei brif cyfrifiadur medal air Cymdeithas yn Efrog a Chofio Cymreig. Mae'r ebores llwyflwydd o iddo J.I. a Joe Parry Eiaf Atlanta. East Pencampwraig. Ydy'r SLC yn ystod y dosbarth bore yma o iddo Fiona Ledbetter sef Thornbury a penalty. There we are, showing appreciation to the Section B Female Champion within the Welsh Women Health Society Gold Medal, the 2-year-old filly, Ian Atlanta, and reserved the Baroness for Billy Aperitif. Conrad Cademal.
and to receive championship in the Shire and Heavy Horse section. Special 309, Pen Capworth, dyna ceffylau gwedd am Trom newydd bod yn rhywbeth o'r yma. Felly, Special 309, we have the results in, and our championship goes to 2172. Jack Kitching with Rosemore Florence, and the reserve champion, Pen Capworth, made him die in 2165, David Gilmore with Stoney Lilibet. Congratulations mawr i chi'ch ddau yn y Pen Capworth. The winners of Special 309 there also are placed within class Special 310, the Horse of the Year 2025, supported by the Shire Horse Selection Conference. So, that was in first place 2172, Jack Kitchen with Rosemore Forest and Victor Akinai. In second place 2165, David Beardmore with Stoney Lilibet. Congratulations mawr i chi ar eich llwyddiant yn dosbarth. She did now ac hefyd she did. Huge congratulations to you both on your successes there, especially class 309 and 310. Hoffwn diolch i Mr Barry Will Jones am nodi'r dosbarthau yma. I'd like to take the opportunity to give Mr Barry W. Jones a special thanks for his sponsorship in the special class. It is of course in memory of W. Margaret Jones, PMI's W was passionate about his Shire horses, having worked with them as grew up in his own family. And the anything moved from to the Irish Olympic to do the Shire for the period of 40 years. Because I see Barry Taylor and Northern from Abel and we forgot to do them high and the bigger and Hanley with them. To take the opportunity to show appreciation for these magnificent shires here in the main ring this morning. I'm very happy to display here on this Shire village and family this year down near the horse ring. I'd like to see them up close and personal.
again, the dosbarth on the side or handling and results for the stallion class 167 in the conference. And first place is 190, Sandy Anderson, Christy Brown, after 1 hour. In second place, 1395, Shirley Roberts, Royal View Queen's Consort. Third place, 1393, Jane Latin with Rollywood Jubilee Diamonds. Fourth place, 1391, Richard and Tammy Bird with North Arm Bandsman. Fifth place, 1392, Sue Kirsty Valentine Falcon. And sixth place, Neil Roberts, Wilborn Valentino. Now that completes our individual classes of the conference, and we now go on to the special, the Royal Championship for Best Male or Female. So, with me into it.
Results in class 65 in the section C, the Colts Full class. Not going to get that you understood. Taking first prize today is number 793, Owen Jones with Nicole Remington. Then I'm Savile in second, we have 805. And this is Sky Whittle with Kira Orion. And in third, 801. Lauren Moore with Bailey, Mr. Brightside. Pedwerydd in fourth, 796. Henry Lewenhag with Shamrock Take It Seriously. And Bimad, 795 in fifth. Joseph Lee with Lee Brock Final. After Chweched in sixth, we have 798. Cheryl McIntosh with Popsters at the top. Symud ymlaen trwy rwan yn yr adranedd i'r dosbarth bolisi. So we now move on to class 66 in section C, the Philly 4 class.
the White Hawk Perpetual Trophy.
And the female championship in the round tennis is 1364. We've got Jonathan, Deputy Jones and Thomas with Adam Moore Ellens here. So many congratulations to you from the Mao with you. And then the few of winning the reserve championship is 1378. Ruth Williams, the Litmus Mischief. So congratulations to you after now you see the Walter and the family or for special 129 and
And the results are in. Class 311 in the heavy horse breed class there, excluding the Shires, female all-gender and age. Coming out day better now, and I'll start in like with natural. So, first place goes to 2203, Die 03 and Genta. That's J90 Edge with Michael Charles. Ras Safra in the Die now. Second place goes to 2199, John McIntyre with Friesland's Miss Ginny. And fifth place there goes to 2198, and Chudde and Die now Oath, Joe and Jenny Lloyd with Coachbrook around us. Felly, cyfeiriad mawr I chi yn wedi adael o'ch llwybr o fanna, any heavy horse breed excluding the Shires you see here in the land. And winning the special 129 male champion in the carpet is number 1390, stallion with Stanley Anderson, Thistledown Harper Royale. And congratulations to you from the Academy. And compared to key wobble and taking the reserve is 1323. And that is and that had Lee Cox with Alan B. Cortez. And we will now be proceeding on to the final championship in the Welsh Park Press, and that is the Legal Championship.
And here we have a result in class 66 in Philly Falls in the section C. Translation Cabal in Euston. Winning the Philly Falls class in the section C this year is number 807. And the Sello family with Blue Haven sitting pretty. Close Canada, give it a round of applause. A winning Philly Falls she makes her way across the front of the grandstand. That's number 807. The Costello family with Blue Haven sitting pretty. In second, we have 818, and that's Anna Livingston with Ted Hugh, Sweet Caroline. And then left Sandra in third, we have 814, and this is Michael Holmes with Ray Keep and Coming. In fourth, we have 819, CJ Meredith with Cliff on 4. Fifth is 824, Darren Warwick with Marino Supermodel. And in sixth, we have 823, and that's Lorraine Roberts with Grana Dixie Rose.
And in the section B starting class, we have a result. And the winner here is number 556. Matt and Cecilia also with Conrad Derrindo. In second is number 557. Lynn Wilson with Walsall, Colorado. In third is number 550, Deanna Evans and Henry Paprika. Fourth is number 555, Amy Butfield with Roxman Gloss. In fifth is number 549, Inspector with Expat Goldcard. And sixth is number 554, Ryan Smith with Wilfred Geronimo. So show your appreciation in section B ring for the stallion, the winning stallion there, Henriette Derrindo, followed by Walsall, Colorado, and then Ian Nottingham. Conrad Derrindo with Harry Ringgold and the Spartanay and some of the line now has been accompanied with a wine, the member of Cymru as ever. We are now moving on in the section B's to the male championship, and they're competing for a well-funded Cork Society gold medal and the Million Perpetual Trophy.
Now, coming ready to put the flyers in hand, we're now going on with the championship for the driven heavy horse. We've never been down to the heavy horse village, the area of the mix this year, but almost 10 went to the hour. Here comes the Trump. We went to go. Just at the end, we come in van and a store of small man. We have the final of the heavy horse competition, and this is the championship. And this will be Royal Welsh champion events, and £250 to the winner. Reserve is the £125, and the championship has been kindly sponsored by Mr. Reece Griffiths, Carnarvon Ambassador 2025.
And winning the championship in the Welsh Plant Bred is number 1390, Sandy Anderson, the Stallion, Thistledown, Harper Royale. So, Llanfair Cadwyn, many congratulations all the way from Cambridge. So, been a good journey for you to come here today and winning the overall championship in this section. And in reserve is the young stock champion, number 1323. And that's Denise Cox and Alan Cortez. All the way from Hampshire. So again, traveled across the border into Wales, into the Royal Welsh Show. So again, thank you and our congratulations. So please, people sitting there in the grandstand, show your appreciation to the wonderful animals that are coming this morning and the wonderful displays of the Welsh Breed Flora. So if you can, show your appreciation
Papa Royale. So from the Battalion Power Team, and I would just like to say, I would come to thank the judge this morning, Mr. Engineer, and we'll see Jeff Marianti, and the Granny of Avalama, and also the Christians who in 9 hours. So Jeff Marianti is like
In the section seeding, we have results in Special 67, which is the best goal. Many congratulations to the winning Philly goal, the Safety Special 67, and this is number 807 from the Stello family with Blue Reader since Quincy. And in doing so, they received a Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Special Result and the Turkey Trophy, kindly donated by Wilton Easter. And also, Blue Reader City takes Special 68, the Edith Raps Pennybrook Memorial Award, and the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Special Result, kindly given by Glynis Hughes and family and friends in memory of Mrs. Edith Raps Pennybrook Sir. So that's Special 68 for the best field goal. So many congratulations to the Costello family for their success. And the reserve award for best goal goes to the second prize field goal. The reserve best goal was number 818, and that is Anna Livingston with Smedhew Sweets Caroline. Felly, llongyfarchiadau I enillwyr y ysbarchiadau chwilion, ac mi fyddwn ni felly yn symud ymlaen yn yr adrannau I un o'r uchafbwyntiau sef y bencampwriaeth benywaidd. So we're now ready in the section sealing, which is by the Members Centre, to move on to Special 69, which is the Female Championship.
Now, on the right-hand side of the ring, we have the championship for the heavy horse, junior heavy horse. We saw the singles and the big handle around, now we're going on to the championship. And this is kindly sponsored by Mr. Reece Griffiths of Carnarvon Ambassador for 2025. However, I'm grateful to Reece also for initiating the development of the heavy horse village for these two down the other side of the horse race. One being there, and the right being there, and pretty well pentre, Trwm, and right well the Siarad, and gyda'r bobl, a hefyd edrych yn fanw at y ffwrdd. Nawr y beirniad i Mr. Coffin. Our judge, Mr. Coffin, has been with us all week. He lives in Derbyshire, originally from the south of England. His father and grandfather were champions at plough matches and riding. David began with turning out his father's team and started driving competitively at age 15. He has competed extensively and run extensively. He began working for major breweries, progressing to head driver and head horseman in the breweries. He overall facilitated the teams of vast breweries. So we're very grateful to Mr. Coffin, and David Coffin for joining us and making things today. Now then, if I can explain something to you with respect to in front of you, you have different turnouts. You have on the right hand side pairs of horses, and then on the left hand side you have singles. And all of these are winners in the classes that came through during the week. So there's class 312, 313, 314, 315, and 316. So these are the winners. And now we're actually competing for the champion, Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Champion Reserve for 2025. Siarad am bod yn ceffylau, mae ceffylau trwm yn gwahanol depth. We have many horses of different types. I'll ask you to think this out. Can you see some Shires there? Some Shire horses, traditional horses, used for heavy work, in the British Isles over the period. Can you see some Clydesdale there? Those Clydesdales are heavy horses that were used traditionally developed in Lanarkshire in Scotland, but are very popular for the heavy work. Can you see an American Belgian draft horse? These are about the largest horses available, and in fact, one of the largest horses at the moment is Belgian draft on the planet, typically standing at 7 times the weight of roughly 2,000 pounds. And the current world record holder, the world's tallest horse, is Big Jake, a Belgian who resides in Smoky Hollow Farm in Wisconsin. And he is an amazing 20 pounds, 2.5 centimeters. He's quite something. All of these are 70 pounds high and more, and they are called often gentle giants. So the judge, Mr. Coffer, David Coffer, has asked these vehicles now to walk around, trot around, and he wants to have to bring them in some order. So the money there, the drychwch ar y tîp wedi ffylen, a cyffylau Gwynedd yna, mae cyffylau Clydesdale yna, mae yna geffyl American Belgian yna, a wedyn mae yna geffyl Wales. So have a look at these. These are the heavy horse breeds traditionally in Britain. We also have a Suffolk Punch for the women this year. So there we have them. Going round, we have the Shires, the Clydesdales, and various others.
And in the middle of the main thing, in the section B, in section B's, we have a main champion. The 2025 Royal Welsh main champion is number 556, the stallion Kenya Berringdor, of Matt and Cecilia Wilson. The winning Welsh Women Hospitality Gold Medal and the Hillian Perpetual Trophy. And the reserve then goes to the 3-year-old colt, 450, Sandy Anderson, Christina Madison. Byddwn ni'n gallu campwynt o gyrwaid yn yr adranna yn y sioed yn hynod yn unigol, mae Ceniaeth Berringdor o unigol Matt a Cecilia Olsen yn cipio drws gilydd yn ennill medal air Cymdeithas y Merlod a'r Profiad Cymreig.
Now then, as they come in, the judge, Mr. David Coffer, will look at them again. And it's the first time we've had these drilling exhibits of this number in the Royal Welsh. And that's grateful really to the Carnarvon Post County, and especially the Carnarvon Ambassador. Ddiolchgar dros ben I Sir Gaernarfon, ond wedyn I Rhys Gruffydd, fe oedd Rhys Denach y Gymdeithas eleni, a mae gyda'i ffrindiau wedi trefnu a wedi sicrhau bod yn ymwysgau cryf o cyffyliau trwm sy'n gweithio eleni. If you really want to see a spectacle, walk down to the Heavy Horse Village. You can speak with all these guys, you can touch all these horses, and you can speak to all the horses as well. It's well worth a visit. The sponsor for the Shire Horse Agricultural Vehicle was the generous legacy of the late Mrs. Maya Jones. It is a memory related of the Norman first, probably the payments of the sector. We're very grateful for that sponsorship. Now, it's really coffin, we got in, you know, the mass of my shy of all you, made perfect, chocolate, and I did case forward. And dan dros iddo fe, bod y cyfle yma'n gallu gweithio yn y cyfrifion yn Cymru. These horses must be able to work in front of the judge. You can have very pretty horses, you can have very nice looking horses, but they have to do their work in front of the judge. And Mr. Coughlin is looking at how well these examples work in front of the judge.
Dyma ni felly ganlyniad yr adranna. Our judge, Mrs. Steve Morgan, in the section C, has come to a decision in the female championship. And we welcome Nigel Flanagan back to the ring to present the awards on behalf of Loxley solicitors. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn i Bencapwr Benwraig yn y sioe eleni. Many congratulations to the female champion in section C this year, and this is number 766. Goddard Bogster with Canidan Welsh Lady. Felly, gasef Matthew Hyn sydd yn mynd â hi yn y Bencapwriaeth Benwraig heddiw yn yr adran ac llongyfarchiadau mawr i Rydfa Goddard gyda Canidan Welsh Lady. And in winning the female championship, she takes away the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Championship rosettes and the Welsh Pony Club Society gold medal. And the reserve female championship champion goes to the winner of the senior Baron Mayor gelding class. And many congratulations to Ben Orchard, number 733 in the catalogue, with Abercypling Lady in red. So, show your appreciation for the Section C female champion, Canidan Welsh Lady, property of Goddard Bogster. And followed in reserve by Ben Orchard's Abercypling Lady in red. And we will see both players back in the ring following the completion of the male classes for the overall championship. But we will now be moving on to class 70, which is the stallion 4 to 7 years old in section C. Felly mi fyddwn ni gweld ddwy desyn dychwelyd yn cylch ar gyfer y brif yn capwriaeth yn yr adran, ond ydym yn symud ymlaen nesaf i ddosbarth 70, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer salwyni yn 4 a 7 oed.
It's interesting to see where these heavy horses have come from. On down in front of you here, we have an example from Dumfries and Galloway, Scotland. We have an example from Hampshire in England. We have an example from Kent in England. And we have an example from Midlothian in Scotland. So the Scottish crew that have come down to support the Welsh Royal Agricultural Society show this year with great full force. So, what have we seen earlier on? We saw the Shires going out and giving a show. We saw the Clydesdales from Scotland coming out and show. Then we saw the American Belgian giving a show. And then we see this America also giving a show. So what will happen next in this section, once the judge, Mr. David Coffin, see all exhibits, he'll bring them back into a row and ask them most probably to go around for a last look at the distance. And most probably then we'll bring in the exhibits and then we'll have the decision which one is the champion, Royal Welsh Centre Rosette for the Heavy Horse 2025. So the only way that we can go off and left, I can go in the middle and we'll be Now then, as they come around, this will probably be the last chance to make the decision. If you're on the wing side and you are the judge, which one do you think will be the Royal Welsh Heavy Horse Driving Exhibit Champion for this year? These are all the winners from the classes, and you make your decision. And David Coughlin now is coming to his final division in terms of where he thinks he's supposed to do so. And he's speaking to Heidi and so we have Clydesdale, we have Shires, we have America, Belgium, and Italy. Maybe they'll get that into the kind of American made last minute before the decision is made. Don't forget that he's already inspected these in the collecting ring and will inspect them here again. So what we've got is multi-layer inspections of the turners. Everything must be in its place, everything must be correct. But then the way the animal works with the carriages and does his work is important also. No problem with it. Now, somebody have anything else? The championship here will be the Rosettes. And £250 winner, and the reserve daily will be £25. The championship is proudly sponsored by Mr. Face at the National Festival 2025. And this was really good for this presentation, but at the moment he's held up with the injuries on the shoulder. But don't worry, he'll soon get the division. He just enjoying the experience once again of the heavy horses. These are the champions of the champions. And now, the factor of the rest of the to be done.
Dyna ni felly i chafbwynt beirniadur y trapper dros Gwynedd o Waith Caled, Miss Megan Lewis o Brydda Pwynt Caddo wedi dod i'w chanlyniad olaf. In the section period in the middle of the main ring, after 2 days of winning, Miss Megan Lewis has come to her final decision and winning the Point Law Perpetual Trophy. The Royal Welsh Championship presents is the male champion number 556, Matt and Cecilia Olsen with Kenya Derry Door. And reserve goes to the youngster champion number 450, Sandy Anderson with Isabel Madison. The very best in the Liga So thank you very much to our church. Miss Megan Lewis from the Court of Halmstad for the work today and yesterday, and also a big thank you to our stewards for keeping order in the section B ring over the last 2 days. And congratulations again to the section B champion of the 2025 Royal Welsh Show, Henia Derry Door, the property of Matt and Cecilia Olsen. And reserved the 3-year-old coach, Sandy Anderson, Isabel Madison.
Now for the championship for the heavy horse, the first prize, the £250 and champion for RWS Champion Rosette goes to number 2234, which is JHE Shires from Kent. The second prize goes to 2210, is a local from Midlothian. Third prize then goes to 2232, David Nolan from Hampshire. And then the fourth prize goes to 2239, Hugh Ramsey, Dumfries and Darrell. I'm sure you agree it's been a terrific turnout for these heavy horses. The amount of work that goes into turning it out at this level is quite spectacular. Because any amateur prize has made a place of glory for the showing where he knows. The presentations have been made by the senior student Roy Box and the Bowling, and we're grateful for his work, and also we're grateful to Reese Griffiths, who actually sponsored this event, and our friends who have been
There we are, then, the section B ring. Show your appreciation and give a big Royal Welsh congratulations to the section B champion, Henia Derry Door, and reserve Isabel Madison.
Na beth, mae'n dod rhagor o ori gyda'r ceffylau yma. Ewch lawr i pentre ceffylau trwm lawr ar ochr arall i'r cyrff y ceffylau. Bydd rhaid mynd ôl na mewn eiliad i ddod. further from round. If you wish to see more of the heavy horses and talk to the owners, please go down to the Heavy Horse Village, the other side of the horse ring, and you can talk to the owners and have a look at people working on these horses. It's a very spectacular area to do. I'm sure you would not want to miss out in this particular area of the show. Domani inizia oltre a essere da lì, la Greenmassa, la Clydesdale-massa, la Belgian or American massa, una forma di video So the presentation made by Andrew Toby, Senior Steward Royal Box, and the presentation of the prize money was also thanks to East, the children's coming on in December 2023. Just interesting facts about the folding vehicles. You can see actually they were probably in the Edwardian and Victorian bridges about for long days for the bridge. Underneath them, as they take off, now you can see a bucket for water and also nose tanks for food. And as they go around, a big round of applause. We're grateful for all the work here this year. Thank you all, the heavy horse teams for coming through the show this year. It's been quite a spectacle and we appreciate it and the crowd appreciates it. It was good to have the American and Belgians here also. Money. So, if you wish to follow them down, go down to see the heavy horse village. Look Lowry Wells, a pentre, a fellow show. And equally, the people will know. Thank you very much for David Coughlin for his work during the week. It's been a long week, but it's been a very successful week for these groups of horses and shows. Good for you.
A dyna cloi y secsiwn ffylau gwedd yma bore yma. Felly y gwelwch yn dod i fewn i'r prifgylch yn nawr. Ydy Meiron Owen a'n gweld papar hefyd, ond wrth gwrs i defaid y prifgylch. Felly wrth iddo rhoi i hunan yn y le yn canol yn cael y ffrainc i manyn. Wrth gwrs, sawl ohonoch chi diarfer ar Meiron a'r tîm yn y sioe frenhinol yn siŵr. Lots of you, I'm sure, familiar with Meiron and his team in the Royal Welsh Show. This year, of course, not his ducks, but his sheep. For those of you that perhaps have seen him for the first time, he is the third generation of with training and competing with his sheepdogs. As his father, and grandfather were excellent sheepdog trainers and competitors themselves. He does run training classes for farmers and smallholders. And of course, you see a lot around the shows in Wales and beyond. Meiron himself started competing at the age of 9 and has achieved considerable success over the years, being a past Welsh national champion, battling the Welsh team in international competitions, and also being on 3 series of the BBC One Dollar show. These days, time away with demonstrations doesn't allow Meiron much time to compete, but we're very glad to have him here with his display once again in the Royal Welsh Show. You may well have seen him on the TV or radio. Things like The One Show, Country Fine, Songs of Praise. He's also a regular producer on ITV's Double Weekend with Community Trash. So on this particular occasion, as we still have our in-hand classes going on down one end of Meiron will not be inviting the children into the ring. If you do wish to join us in the main ring of Meiron, he will be back with us at 6 o'clock this evening. So please just let little ones know that on this occasion, as we're still showing the horses going on the ring, we won't be invited to join us, but Meiron, I'm sure, will talk us through what demonstrations and experts to us shortly.
Well, welcome to the top side of the grandstand, and it's a pleasure and honour to once more be invited back to the Royal Welsh Show, and that's in the programme says the tap tap, and what we do to the restrictions, we'll be very able to bring them along. But we've got a red flock of sheep, and in the ring is the hair of a sheepdog. And it's a 2-year process to get the sheepdog fully trained by one man is dog standard. And well, I ask the question, who's watched One Man is Dog over the years? Hands up. Yes. Well, I've been very, very fortunate over the years to be involved in 3 different series. And one of the things I was involved in one year sheep. I won because you were so kind. I went on to the semi-final, won the semi-final. You were getting there. Got to the final. Should have been very hard adjudication in the final. We lost deservedly. Not a very much like going to be one more sheep on the day's competition. I've been on this event before, doesn't help. But we don't do it nothing. But we've had little success. I've been very, very fortunate to be past national champion awards and captain awards in international sheepdog trials. So we're going to leave Helen off for a second and just show you basically how the dogs work And as a possibility, you can keep penning the pen for a second. When I say die, the dog will walk clockwise. So when she was about 5, 6 months, bye, bye. And as long as he dies, she goes on to the next. Bye. Let's stop there. Stand. Away. She goes anti-clockwise. Away. And again, when we train, hanging off my neck is my checkpost whistle. She stops. She goes clockwise. She goes anti-clockwise. So it's a 2-year process to train the sheepdog to run one man's dog champion. So these days, it's always good to hand our shepherds, Hector, farmers with good trained sheepdog. So where do you find Hector, a trained sheepdog? We are on the numbers of website. We have sheepdog auctions around the country. Skipton auction, Ramsey, Scotland, Bath, and Bridgeways. 20-30 dollars rented. You give a display of the auction, the dog was sold. COVID came along, shepherds and farmers together lots. So when the auction houses started online timed auctions, we video the microphone, send the pictures to the auction house, very competitive, see the results from the evening, we watch it and fancy my units in the tracking. So at 6 o'clock with your PC, laptop, phone, you can't wait to earn £100 bid. Last year, the world record so I'm going to start this in the one start. What do you think is a world record price? These 3 guys there, or ladies there. What do you think is a world record price for a sheepdog? How best? Give me a figure. 5,000. What's the start? Who thinks the dog was sold more than 5,000? Yes. What do you get? 50. We get this. Who thinks the dog was sold more than 50? 1, 2, 5. Anybody thinks the dog was sold more than 125,000? Gentlemen there. 250. Right, your last. Do you think anybody the dog was sold more than 250? Right. Come and join me for a second. Give this gentleman a huge, huge dog. Right. Come through the gate. Come in here for a second. Right. And the lady there, are you willing to come and join me as well? Come on. Right. Give a clap to these two. Well done. Right. And your name?
Darren,
Where do you live, Darren?
in some of the stuff.
Oh, I'm here for holidays or just for the day?
Just a couple of rides with my kids.
Good. So when will you be heading back to Stafford?
Maybe Saturday.
I will meet you on Saturday. The dog is yours for 250,000. Okay? I wish. People ask me what's the value of Helen. To me, priceless. Because once I've sold it, what how many sheepdog make? Back down to the bottom of the ladder. It's my next door goodness dog. Our clientele, farmers. Very, very deep pockets. Short at the lines. The current world record price is $29,600.
As a result, in the salary class in the world C. So, winning the youth salary in section C are many congratulations to the backs, number 828, with Abergavenny Oscar, Hector Maury. We have 836, Joe Gibson with Savoy Leaky Blinder back in the pen. And the third year is third, we have 834, Sadie Jones, Emma with Winsale and Knights. And the 11 in fourth, we have 841. And this is C.I. and L. Taylor Jones with Tabel Toy Sonia. And the Midnight Saddler in fifth, we have 830, Bowman Brothers with Chair Newydd Gottlieb. And in sixth, we have 831, Jamie Garland with Buxwood Glenelg. Felly, rhagor gyda mawr i'r byrgyr yn dosbarth ar gyfer stalwyn ifanc. Mi fydd nhw'n symud ymlaen nesaf i'r dosbarth ar gyfer sylwi 8 oed ac ymosod. So if you have joined us by the members centre side of the main ring, we now move on in the section C to class 71, the stallion 8 years old or over. And then back to you, Diolch Mira.
Yeah, right. I just explained it. We're going to do a shoot-off competition between these two. And your name?
Helen.
Oh, Helen is my dog. I've left the right behind. Right. Shoot up the pen into the round half corner, back into the pen. Barney for clockwise, and wave for clockwise. Stand, walk in a rest, raise, accent. Okay? Right. The top staff of this stand. You are going to be the adjudicators, okay? Given every opportunity, clap and cheer. We'll come back at the end. The ones that are longest clapping and cheering will have a bragging rights today. They will shoot your champion in the main ring. As you bought my dog for 250,000, do you go first or second? Second. If you go back a few steps, go back a few steps. Stand. Good. Right. We're going to put you on this call. You've had a check this book to do yourself. Okay, help yourself. Shoot. Try and run around the corner as near as you could, and then walk with the back of the pen. Okay? Now, give a warm welcome to our first competitor, Helen. I'm going to give you the microphone that you, Helen, will pick up your commands. Wow, from one Helen to the other Helen. Ooh, pressure is on. Pressure is on. Right, swap places. Remember that first competitor, the first competition, Helen. Did you Helen go there? Right, give a warm welcome to our second competitor. Okay. Oh, he's forgot through the instructions. Now we stand, walk. Okay. Let's do the key. Right, well I am glad I'm not adjudicating this. Right, all to you conclusively. It's up to you, the top half of this grandstand, to make the decision. Our first competitor, you got name from here?
Newtown.
From Newtown. Show your appreciation to Helen.
Our second competitor, Darren. To me, it sounds a draw. Or, to be fair, they were both exceptionally thrown in the deep end. To remind you a little experience, I presented you with a little check whistle. For one's midnight, it's a half-moon whistle. There's a hole in the centre. We keep up narrowing a little bit closer. I will tell you the rest of the back. Next round this whistle, don't want that hole, we blow gently like this. Now, how we do practice, we'll see who is the whistling champion. So, again, in turn, next round. Helen, we go. Done. It's easy. Whistling champion on the floor. Oh, yes! Well done, well done. I can assure you when you leave. Okay, now what do you need to shake now? Can I thank you both for the exceptionally good sports you've come in? Hope you enjoy the experience. I do apologise we haven't been able to have children, but as you understand, bar horses that far, we don't live in health and safety. We will be back here on 6 o'clock, and I will leave the children to assist you. Enjoy the rest of the show, and I'll see you on Saturday. Diolch yn fawr i gyd. Thank you very much. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr ti Meira, ni rhaid eto. Ac yn yr oll fewn yr Eisteddle, mae gyda ni Martin Ryan o HSBC yn Cymru Slwt, felly ar ti Meira yn draw. Yn gano Eisteddle yna, we have Martin Ryan from HSBC taking a seat there for Meira. Ac wrth gwrs, mi fydd Ukrainian Cossacks yn dod lan, ond mae angen orffen y gwneud y cyffiliau yn amlwg yn gyntaf. So, sit tight, because we are expecting the Ukrainian Cossacks to join us shortly, but of course we do need to complete the judging of the horses at the end of the race. Felly, mae ymdeimlad Mr. Stephen Foreman yn gwrthi yn brysur yn gweinyddu ers yn ddyfod chyfore gyda'r dosbarthiadau hun yn adran hon, sydd hefyd yn gwneud yn nabod fel yr adran EC, sef un o'r adrannau Cymreig. Felly, dosbarthiadau hun sydd wedi cymryd lle bore yma, a bellach yn mynd ar y dosbarth ar gyfer sawl un 8 oed ysod. Ac yn dilyn y dosbarth hwn, cyn bod ni'n cael bloniant yn prynhawn, mi fyddwn ni'n cael prif bencampwriaethau yr adran.
And so if you are eagerly awaiting the afternoon's entertainment here in the main ring, as you can see at the member centre side of the ring, we have a strong class of Welsh Section C stallions. So our judge for the section this year, Mr. Stuart Morgan from Gower, has had a very busy morning judging. He started at 8 o'clock this morning and has had some excellent classes in front of him. So we're now on the last class of the section, which is the class for senior stallions, 8 years old and over. And then we will have the main championships before we will commence with the afternoon's entertainments. So please do enjoy this spectacle of a class, and then the highlights of the section, of course, the championships, before we will have the Ukrainian Cossacks back to the ring.
Diolch yn fawr i ti, Non, am hanes y profiadau yn y cyfnod o'r byd. Wrth gwrs, mae yna rhaid yn llawn gyda ni'r cyngor fel wedyn o'r ydyn. Tysticio i amser i ddechrau. So, faint yn Non bod i'r commissioner o'n i passes that we have in the main ring currently. As you can see, we are slightly running behind schedule, but we do have a full schedule for your entertainment here this afternoon. So, when the fourth classes conclude, we are very much looking forward to the Ukrainian Cossacks, followed by the Bulldog of the next section. Then we have the hijinks of the Olympic Mountain Games, followed by the parade of prize winning stock. Following that, there will be a number of horse championships, the Wing, the In-Hounds, the Supremes, followed by the regimental band horses joined the Royal Welsh. TriStar will return for the final time, as well as the parade of the hounds, and then we look to see Neil Rowan back in the ring again at approximately 6 o'clock. And this evening's entertainment, to make sure we have full day for the show, will once again include Cossacks and the Bulldog. So whilst we're waiting for this afternoon's entertainment to begin, do sit back, relax, and take in the spectacle of the section 2 an opportunity to watch the last of our sections here this morning before the championships this afternoon.
So for those of you walking around, maybe, have stopped to have a look at the judging of the section C's. We are now on class 71, which is the senior stallion class. And for those of you who didn't have to look in your bags, this is on page 198. So following completion of this class, we will have the best stallion special, followed by a male championship, and then a pinnacle of the section, which is the overall championship. If we will be stopio o fod popeth ymlaen yn y prifgylch yma am hyn o bryd. Dim yn edrych ar nosbarth ola y Jarnelog Deip Cob, sef y stalwni 8 oed a thosod. A dosbarth 71 hwn a dudalen 198 yn y catalog. Ac yn dilyn benedu y dosbarth hwn, mi fyddwn ni yn symud ymlaen i wobl arbennig ar gyfer y stalwyn gorau. Yna, yn campwriaeth gwrywaidd ac i gloi i chafbwynt y gran, sef prif yn campwriaeth yn adran Merlog Cymru o Deip Cob. Felly, yn adeiladu rwan fyny at y brif bencampwriaeth. Ac yna, wrth gwrs, mi fydd y bencampwr yn gymwys i ddychwelyd y cylch i gystadlu am y brif bencampwriaeth mewn llaw, yn hwyrach ymlaen y llaw hwn, yn hyd gyda cwmpan Tom a Smeichli, yn hyd gyda bencampwyr adrannau perthnasol eraill. And so the overall champion in this section will be eligible to return to compete for the shows in hand championship later on this afternoon, as well as the Tom and Stokely prep along with the other Welsh champions.
Diolch yn fawr i ti non am gwybodaeth hynna yn y cystadlau, yn y prifgylch yma. Thank you very much, Non, for the information there and the updates on the courses remaining within the ring. As you can see, our students are busily setting up for the Ukrainian Cossacks. Very well, thanks to Arjun and Shurfi. Yn setio'r fyny yn y brifgylch yn barod a mae'r ymweliad sydd gyda ni i hwnna. Wedyn yn rhedeg i o'n amser ychydig, as you've noted, we're running behind a little bit, but please be assured that we have a full programme jam-packed for you here this afternoon in the room. So, coming up shortly is of course the Ukrainian Cossacks, followed by the Bulldog Renaissance display, and then the Polish Mountain Games. We will then see the parade of Crichton stock, followed by a number of Union in-hand Horse Championships and Supreme Championships. The regiment band and corps of drums Dora Welsh should then follow. And then the Tri-Star Carriage Driving Team. We will then see the hounds before we have our evening entertainment programme to enjoy before the close of the day. So Megan Allen, McLean Rossat and the Bordeaux Diplomats will return this evening before close of play. Felly, ti wedi gyda chi yma ac yma Eisteddwch, mwynhewch, ymlaciwch yn y tywydd braf yma tra bod y ceffylau cael amser yn y byd.
Just give this opportunity to thank our stewards. This afternoon we will stream around to keep us close to the timetable as possible. I think it's probably the sheer numbers can stand there on Tuesday when we will probably a little bit delayed. And everybody must be sure that we get their chance here. We'll be judged questa Perugia, una certa di lavoro, una scuola di musicale, di Dublin, una professore Savo, anche invece di Patrizio Lenzer, e even our the remote championships this afternoon, we will be seeing contributing to church this afternoon. On the Written Championship in horse championship. We're all covering it, of course, in the overall Royal Welsh 2025 60 horses. I'm sure that a lot of you are already trying to find the best spot, the best seat to watch these championships. Thanking the stewards, to thank the team that's been in our commentating all morning. They've been hard at work, not only telling you what's going on, but keeping track of the results. The But a little bit later on, we will have the parade of crowds in stock. It's the final parade of this is the final parade of prize winners that take the hard apple complete club along in the afternoon here. And not only very young, but great crowd. Raising their voices. Just confirming numbers out here. And we'll be close to somebody now. We'll be campaigning over. That's it. Before we conclude, before we move better on the board, safety is the for the Cossacks. And when you see the Cossacks, you understand why we have that in the policies.
Dyma ni felly ganlyniad dosbarth olaf y byd cyn y pencampwriaeth. So, put your hands together for the winner of the senior sailing class, number 843. And this is Thomas Davis and Hannah Bloom with Pandorus Reader. Close to the gwynt yn ymwneud hynny, nid i ffordd o flaen o'r Eisteddfod. In second, we have 852. And this is Gemma Norris with Pope Ian the Bandits. Drydydd, in third, 844. And this is Pen Fell with Starlands and All. And pedwaredd safle in fourth, here today we have 845. And this is Major Masterpiece, property of Stacey P6. And a big red safle in fifth, we have 847. Gavin Ingram with Colorado Pink. And in sixth place today, in question, 855. And this is Nathan Sage with Hoswen Theatre. A dyna ni felly gwblhau y dosbarth ola, fel gwelwch chi, mae Salwyn oedd gyntaf ac yn ail yn aros yn y cylch, ac mi fydd Salwyn ifanc yn ymuno â nhw yn ymwneud ar y wobr arbennig ar gyfer y Salwyn gorau. And as you can see, the first and second prize winners in class 71, the senior sailing class, have remained in the ring, and they will be joined by first and second prize winners of the junior sailing class to compete for special sets 2. And this is the William Cadech Perpetual Memorial Cup Castell High for the best stallion in the section. So as you can see in the ring now, we have the first and second prize winner from the senior stallion class. We have the first place stallion in the junior class. And we also have the winner of the 2-year-old ponies class. So they've all returned now to compete for the male championship. So we will now have section 72, which I previously mentioned, that we are presenting Memorial Cup Castle Minister, that is currently given by his family for the best stallion, running alongside S73, which is the male championship. So the best stallion will be selected from within this championship. And in the male championship, so these ponies forward in front of older Mr. Stuart Morgan will be competing for the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Championship Gazettes, along with the Welsh Pony Corp Society Gold Medal and the Welsh Pony Corp Society Championship Gazettes. Felly, fi'n beirniad Stuart Morgan yn cael cyfle i edrych am y menywod gwrwaidd sydd yn dod i'r brif ac yn fod yn bynd Rwy'n arbennig saithdeg y ddau a saithdeg a tri i gael gilydd ac felly salwy gorau yn cael ei ddewis allan o'r rhai ac fel gwelwch chi mae gennym melod, mae derbyn wobr gynta a'r wobr yn y dosbarth salwy i hun yn hyd gyda'r salwy ifanc wrth y munigol a hefyd yr ethol gyflwy yn munigol un mawrth. Dyma ni felly, so we have the results. So our judge, Mr. Stuart Morgan, awards the William Perpetual Memorial Cup Castell United for the best stallion, which is kindly given by his family to the winner of the senior stallion class. Many congratulations to Thomas Davis and Hannah Bloom with Llanwm Lais Rieger. Ac yna y fi Wobr yn mynd i'r stalwyn ifanc, and they reserve the winner of the junior stallion class, number 828, Jonathan Batts with Abergavenny Oscar. the winner of the Best Stallion, also takes the Male Championship. Many congratulations once again to number 8, 4, 3, Thomas Davis and Hannah Blue, with Cranbourne Lives to Vegan taking the Male Championship, and in doing so wins the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Championship Rosette along with the Welsh Pony Club Society Gold Medal. Ac yna, yn Heelwalker, the reserve male champion goes to the winner of the Junior Stallion class. A'r un llongyfarchion ni, derbyn y Heelwalker enillydd y dosbarth meich ifanc. And the reserve male champion goes to number 8 to 8, Jonathan Batt with Bergaveni Oscar. Fel gwelwch chi rwan, mae Pencampwr Berwaidd a is Pencampwr Berwaidd wedi dychwelyd i'r cylch chi hwnnw gyda'n Pencampwr Berwaidd i'r sefyllfa am y brif Pencampwriaeth. Felly, sawl Pencampwriaeth wedi cael lle fan hyn heddiw, ond dyma ni bydd ni'n cael adran. Ein beirniad, Mrs Stevens Morgan wedi cael deunydd prysur iawn yn ein dydd mawr a heddiw, ond dyna ni gyrraedd y brif Pencampwriaeth. So as you can see now, the female champion, the reserve female champion, have returned to the ring to join the male champion and the reserve male to compete for the pinnacle of the section, which is the overall championship. So we have many championships here in the main ring today and throughout the week, and this is the overall championship for the Welsh ponies of Cork type. And our judge, Mr Stevens Morgan from Gower, has had a very busy day on CUC judging in the junior classes, and now, following completion of the senior classes, is having one final look at the ponies and done something before picking out his champion. sef bencampwright Ben Owain. So taking the overall championship in the section C is the female champion. And this is number 766, Godefrodd Studs, Canidan Welsh Lady. Cael news o Godefrodd yn arddangos y geseg Canidan Welsh Lady i ddictio'r brif yn cambyniad yn adran yma eleni. Cael ei ddechrau mawr iawn i chi. Ac i Robert yn mynd i pencathro Gwrwai. So in reserve, and the same congratulations goes to the male champion taking the overall reserve championship, number 843, Thomas Davis and Hannah Broom with Canmorlais Regan. Diolch i Beirniad, Steve Morgan, a ei waith Helen yn mynd yn allan hon, a weithio i wedi mwynhau. Many thanks to our judge, Mr. Steve Morgan, for judging this section, and we very much hope that you enjoyed judging the Welsh section C's here this year. A diolch hefyd, of course, to Steve. Many thanks to the stewards. So, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the champion Welsh section C, Canidan Welsh Lady. Followed in reserve by Canmorlais Regan.
Well, about the non-activities really want to make that around to go back and go back and make that area and try to get through stuff like that. We very much do the team our own document to the wonderful facilities in the world. We very well. For the moment, but as I said, we have some championships later on which we will tell you about. We hope that we will now, as soon as possible, have the Cossacks into the ring there. But only when Jeremy's got all the stewards happy with it, we can safe and sound out the ring. And while they're doing that, I'm going to Catherine, and she will give you the introduction of the Cossacks.
Just about Peter,